God damn it, I'm trying to. Where the fuck is my phone? I'm gonna kill whoever's taking my phone. I'm gonna kill. With kindness. Okay. For how long? What is anyways? What the fuck? It is my brain! get that, but I don't get what you are trying to tell me at all. Can somebody join my live stream already? Oh my god. Yeah. Warum ist es an? Oh, fuck. Kann ich da nicht irgendwie Chat hinzufügen? Marquis. Ich glaube, das war falsch herum. Marquis. roll. Kann ich das auch croppen? Crop. Kommt da überhaupt mein Audio durch? Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making he's checking it twice. deer fish. It's gonna be a street first. Walkable city. Where the streets are first walkable, then streetable. Elizabeth Street. Ellie! Come back. Why is Ellie not promoting? What the fuck? 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 What is it?
Bad Tempers. I am your host, as always, Zachary Ronaldo, better known online as Zach the Bold. And for everyone else, it has been a very short time since I've been gone. It's been like a week. All right, last time Premiere took forever to upload, and then I had to go do something on Monday. And because of that, it ended up going up super late. I think around 9 p.m. Pacific. I can't remember. But this is also going up on Tuesday. However, I warned you that it would in that previous video, and that is because I came home on Sunday at night, and I had to decompress. We have been gone, me and my girlfriend, for about 2 weeks, and it was good. And it was a lot of fun, and I'm exhausted. I haven't shot anything of my own stuff for about 2 weeks. Corners delay, as always. When will it come out ever again? Who knows? The other thing is that none of this stuff that I've been doing these last, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, are going to be posted for months. I think there's one Magic collaboration with a Magic channel that will go up in maybe this week, maybe the next couple of days. Besides that, I can't talk about any of it. And it's a lot. I think I did upwards of 6 collaborations throughout the last couple of weeks. And I feel like there's going to be a moment where I'm like Pedro Pascal, and I'm just in everything. I'm like the zeitgeist. And because I'll be in the zeitgeist, because I'll be slightly popular, people are bound to hate me. People are bound to be like, I see this guy everywhere. I have no opinion prior, but because of the fact that I see him everywhere, I now have to dislike him. I get it. I'm right there with you. Not for myself, all right? But, if I see something too popular, I want to go anti-meta. I don't want to like what everyone likes. Which brings me to Mugenics, by the way. I spoke about that so briefly in the last episode or the episode before that. That I had recorded the day of Mugenics dropping or something like that. And I'm saying Mugenics. I also hate the name. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's clever, whatever. I can't talk about it in public. Everyone thinks I'm talking about eugenics. I'm talking about the game by Edmund Macmillan, the guy who made Binding of Isaac. And it's good. I didn't realize it'd be so popular. He's made other games, like Legend of Bumbo and stuff like that, and they've never been this popular. I mean, Binding of Isaac clearly is very popular. But Mugenics blew up. It was this whole thing. And what I was saying before was that, the game was too easy. And now I'm kind of in this place where I've played enough of it that I had this with Hades as well, so I kind of get weird with some indie games, and especially roguelikes, because the main thing I like about roguelikes is playing the game. And there's nothing I dislike more than not playing the game. Arguably, you can say that the breeding cat system in Mugenics is a large part of the game. It's what separates it from other XCOM team tactics fighter roguelikes, right? It's a big part of it. I hate it. I wish there was an option to just not do it. And yes, you can choose to not do it. But there is a huge disadvantage for you not working on your cats and their breeding pools and whatever. And the game will get harder. And that's fine. It's fine. I had this thing with Hades where I did not give the slightest care at all about the story. I don't know anything about Greek gods. I don't know anything about Greek mythology. And it just never piques my curiosity. I'm never interested to hear about it. And so when I play Hades and I have to go, and then the run's over, and then you have to talk to 40 people, I skip through all of it. I'm not interested. And that's not to say I don't like story games. I like story games. That's fine. I like story in games. But just let me play the game. I feel like I'm having too much filler. And it's not filler. It's part of the game. But I'll end a Mugenics run. And the thing about Mugenics is you can never use the same cats twice because you're supposed to breed them and take their stats, and they mix together, and then they whatever. About Greek mythology, and it just never piques my curiosity. I'm never interested to hear about it. I've never. And so when I play Hades and I like have to go and then the run's over and then you have to talk to like 40 people, I skip through all of it. I skip through all of it. I'm not interested. And that's not to say I don't like story games. I like story games. That's fine. I like story in games. But just let me play the game. I feel like I'm having too much filler. And it's not filler. It's not. It's part of the game. But I'll end a eugenics run, and the thing about eugenics is you can never use the same cats twice because you're supposed to breed them and take like their stats, and they mix together, and then they whatever. I don't care. With Binding of Isaac, it was so simple. You could just move on to the next playthrough. And I've said a lot that, you need to take time, even when you're spending time relaxing, that you need to spend time relaxing with intent. Learning a story, watching a movie, watching a show, not reality TV. And maybe you should be playing roguelikes all the time or like CSGO, unless you're going pro or whatever. And again, you do whatever you want with your free time. That is cool. I am just saying that me personally, like I don't like spending too much time on roguelikes. And I especially don't like it when I'm spending that time on roguelikes and I'm not playing the game. I don't know how much longer I'll be playing it, honestly. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's very addicting, but it's just like, I don't know. Again, I want to be spending my time doing something that I actually like. I feel like I'm growing and learning from it, and eugenics is like that, right? I don't think it's as hard as people are making it out to be. But sometimes there's that part too about eugenics that I don't like, where yes, it's a roguelike and things are meant to be different and whatever, but then there's a level of just stuff being unfair. Like if there is a certain tire, for those who haven't played the game, every single map is the exact same, technically, like it all has the same amount of spaces, but there's different, like there's running water, there's broken glass on the ground, there's this, there's that. And it's like, kind of just gets to the point where if I get hit by a cat into a tire and the tire like hits me into another tire and it bounces back and forth, and it's like I don't have the speed to start. I don't know, is that a skill issue because my guys don't have enough speed? I guess they do. But it just doesn't feel deserved or earned, and then I lose items. It's just kind of whack. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that in its entirety. And this is going to sound really stupid. I didn't have this problem with Binding of Isaac. Maybe that's a reflection on. I'm sorry, my eyes are. I put in new contacts today, and my eyes are just killing me, dude. I can't really. The game makes me sad. It does. I get its jokes and whatever, but I think it's a certain type of humor as well. And like, I will just be playing the game, and I'll get a random event, and it'll be like, one of your cats misses its mom. And again, I don't know why I didn't have this with Binding of Isaac. Maybe because it was so cartoonish, because it was like so. And like Isaac doesn't look like her, but these look like cats. Isaac doesn't look like a baby that much, I guess. And yeah, you use your tears as bullets and whatever. But like literally there is some of this stuff where it's like they got a nail in their foot and whatever. I go, this is kind of demented and weird. And again, I don't know why it doesn't translate that way to Isaac. Maybe it's a reflection of society. Maybe it's a reflection of myself. But there are times when I'm going through a run and I go, I get like actually mad. I go, okay, this is just it's just demented and warped and whatever. And I don't know. I don't know why it's like that for me. I think I'm a product of an age where, whatever. And don't get me wrong, this is how every Edmund McMillan game is. I mean, they used to be way worse. Blue Baby is literally like a dead baby you're playing. That's the plot of Binding of Isaac is whatever. But again, I don't look at Blue Baby and see a baby. I don't look at Isaac and see a baby. I see them as like funny little cartoon guys. But like when I play Mugenics, I'm like, this is a cat. And then it's like, and this is a cat, and whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that is just a reflection of me. But there are times literally where I'm like, I quit a run. I just like, no, I don't quit out of the run, but I stop playing because I'm like, you know what? This is just morbid. It's too morbid for me. And there's sometimes, I guess, in parts of Isaac, but maybe I'm a little baby. Maybe I'm a little baby, dude. I also want to say thank you to everyone who's been coming up to me lately and saying hello, and they like my stuff, or they like seeing me on Magic channels or whatever. That is all very cool. Everyone's been very respectful. It just happened a lot more in recently. I know the channel hasn't been as active because I'm away. I'm away from the camera and everything, and I'm spending a lot of time kind of bundling up different videos and shorts and stuff. And I want to be spending a lot more time on the shorts and the bread and butter of it all. But I appreciate everyone who does come up to me. I was at the airport in Vegas, and some gentleman came up, and he's like, hey, man, I just want to say I love your stuff. The Marines love your stuff. The Marines in Utah give you a big shout-out. And I go, dude, how cool. I said, thank you very much. I got the Marines back. Do you know in the NFL where it's like, proud sponsor of the Marines, or the Marines sponsor the NFL? I think now I can. And if you feel that kind of way about that, just know that that's not why I'm saying this right now. I'm understanding there are some developments happening in the world, but I want to say it's very cool. I appreciate you guys for saying something, and I love you all, and thank you so much for whoever's came up and said something about it. Another thing I just want to get into is I think I'm getting worse at conversation, or other people are getting worse at conversation around me. Maybe this is what it's like to make friends in this world. Maybe this is what it's like to go out and see people in your near 30s. I'm 27. And the thing is I have talked a lot on this podcast about my interactions when I go out in the world. And sometimes it is a nightmare. People write my name as yuck on pizza, or they just write yuck on a pizza. Some guy tries to make a joke to me and say, oh my God, that just reminded me. I'm going to the Magic Castle. For anyone who doesn't know, the Magic Castle is this thing in Hollywood you have to be invited to go to. Yada, yada. I don't know what I can say online about it. I expected like an Eyes Wide Shut thing. It's not that. It is not that I would go to anything Eyes Wide Shut, all right? Not that I would go, there's something in my collar. Not that I would go, all right? Secondly, I'm about to go in, and they're making sure, because you have to dress nice. It's a formal place. You have to dress up. So I'm in a full suit, and this lady goes, and I'm worried. When I put socks on earlier, I had a hole in them. Sue me, I had a hole in my sock. But I go, at no point will I ever take my shoes off. We're going in, the bouncer, the lady, whatever you want to call her, is like, are you wearing socks? And I like lift up my pants a little bit, and I go, yeah, I'm wearing socks. And she goes, good, because we're gonna knock them right off. And I'm like dismayed. I like look to my left and right, and I go, no, I'm wearing socks. Guys, just like Anton Chigurh put me down. And then it takes someone else laughing for me to finally get it. She goes, good, because we're going to knock them off. But I'm wearing socks. I have socks on. You're not going to let me in because I'm wearing socks? Is this a rule? You want us to dress formal but not wear socks? I don't get it. Someone else starts laughing, and I go, oh, like you're gonna knock my socks off. That's really good. This is what I have to live through. Honestly. And she's scowling at me. She's pissed. We're gonna knock your socks off. Oh. I didn't realize that was a part of this whole thing. That I have to wear socks and then don't. I should be hunted down like the world's most dangerous game. I should be missing. I should have went to the Magic Castle and just never came out. And yet I did. And so lately I've been interacting with a lot of people, and I don't know what it is, that don't ask questions back. Now let me get this straight. Let me set the scene. Let me be very clear and transparent. I don't think a conversation is just about one person asking questions about another. Like that's not, it's like it's a mutual thing. I say, hey, how are you? You say, good, how are you? And someone will just like stare at me. And they'll give a big sigh. The world, man. I cannot express in words, right, how much I don't want that to be the conversation. Or they'll go, good. And I like look around left and right. Great, so how you been? I've been good. And like if that happens once, that's fine. Maybe someone's having a bad day. Maybe someone's not a good conversationalist. Maybe they're an introvert dragged out to a party, right? I cannot express how much that has happened in these last 2 weeks. And you work with a lot of like entertainment folks, or entertainment folks come to party with other entertainment folks. And it's just like they want you to ask them questions, give you the shortest of more as you get into like a bit off with someone. How are you? Good. Oh, I just bought a new car. I was Fred Flintstoning the last one. Oh, that, yeah, where you like pick it up and you go bit for bit and nothing of like anything, no substance is transferred between the two. And it's just been happening a lot lately. And so I spent a lot of time in my Airbnb these last 2 weeks. Just because, well, I'm working. And also when I go out in public, it's just like some weird random event, some GTA random encounter will just come up out of nowhere. You know, I go out to a Ralph's. And the Girl Scouts are there. And they go, sir, would you like some Girl Scout cookies? I say, no, I'm good. Thank you so much. And they stare at me. And you know why? Because I didn't walk away. I go, no, I'm good. Expecting to hear something back. And then I walk inside. For me, that ruined my day. It ruined my week. I wish at that moment that just a plane crashed on my head. Honestly. And the pilot got out safely. It just took me out. So I hang out in my Airbnb. And it's good, because anytime I go out anywhere, it's a random encounter. I see friends, and they're awesome. They say, how are you? And I say, good, how are you? And I make it a whole thing, and they say, you know, how you been? How's life been? I say, I go out to an Applebee's, and the server says hello, and I ruin their week. And I go out, and I can't blame them. I can't blame them. I knew they were my server the second I walked into the California Pizza Kitchen. They're smoking a cigarette outside. They see me and they roll their eyes. I'm sorry, I wanted to show up at 11 a.m. Lunch rush, it's me. I'm gonna ask for a half soup, half sandwich. I can't do this nonchalant server thing. Hey, welcome, what would you like? Oh, good. Okay, like, does not visit me for another 7 hours. I don't need to be visited on by a server every 5 seconds, okay? We had it in the 90s when, you know, wearing too much flair and the suspenders and coming with a big smile was too much. We've gone too much the other way. It's too cool now to have an inch of happiness. And I see him, he's talking to the guys in the line, and they're pointing at me. And they laugh. I'm like Robert De Niro in Taxi Driver in my Airbnb. And I'm at the airport. I have a 2-hour layover, and I'm cranking down the Deal or No Deal. That's not the right one. What's the one with the spill? Wheel of Fortune machine. I have fed it $150. I've taken out a Klarna loan. I got accepted instantly. I paid the $3 at the Wells Fargo ATM. Wheel of Fortune. I crank down the handle. And it's bust after bust after bust. Hey man, how are you? I'm good, how are you? And they go into a monologue about current events. And I think about the wheels spinning inside of the Wheel of Fortune machine. Spin, spin, bust. How's work? I'm in between jobs right now. I've been thinking about drop shipping. Crank. Attention everyone in the airport. Spin, spin. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, what got you into that? Oh, I don't know. I saw a TikTok about it. Bust. Another dollar. Another $5. I'm standing just by myself in the ethereal plane, looking at this lady holding a clipboard outside the Magic Castle. Are you wearing socks? I look down and I realized I have a noose on my neck. And there's the whole town in the 1800s watching me. 1700s. And it's all of the people. And there's her with the clipboard. Do you have socks on? And the rope goes taut. I don't have socks on. I don't have clothes on. All I have in my hands are the $200 I lost at the Wheel of Fortune slot machine at the Vegas airport. And so I think to myself, why would I want to go out there in the world? I'm here in my security blanket in my Airbnb. There's nowhere to go. There's no one to meet. There's no chance of taking any risk that a cringe moment will happen in my life where I collect them like a scrapbook and put them away. But it was a good trip. I had a lot of fun. We have plenty of super thanks to get into, as well as some questions. So we're going to get into those as well. Dear Mr. Bold, contrary to most people who write in, I despise the long and short form content. Thank you very much. This podcast, however, is my favorite piece of media of all time, even though I have been a guest. Even though I have been a guest on multiple podcasts, this podcast surpasses anything I will ever do. All right. I have a group that's been going on for roughly 4 years now, meeting once a month. My DM/host is a super chill guy, and we've been good friends for much longer than this campaign. Recently, the DM introduced his boyfriend to us. He became a part of our party, to which I had no objections. After roughly 3 sessions, we got into a fight about some magical clothing. I'm a monk, and he's a wizard, so we both need it. And the DM, at his boyfriend's request, allows PvP. I oblige. Since I'm a monk and there's a foot between us, I get unlucky on initiative, and he goes first. He proceeds to cast Time Ravage, without components, mind you. I don't know what that is. Time Ravage D&D 5e. I'd never heard of this spell. You target a creature you can see within range, putting its physical form through the devastation of rapid aging. The target must make a Constitution saving throw, taking 10d12 necrotic damage on a failed save, or health as much as a successful one. If the save fails, the target also ages to the point where it only has 30 days left before it dies of old age. In this age state, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws, and its walking speed is halved. Only the Wish Spell or Greater Restoration can... What is this from? Oh, Explorer's Guide to Wildemount. It's a 9th level spell. Oh my god. What level are you guys? I didn't recognize the spell, so I rolled a save and fail, only to hit with 72 points of necrotic damage and be downs instantly. I make my save and fail, killing my favorite character as my party just stares at my withering body. I look up the spell and find it's a level 9 spell. We are level 9, not 17. The DM's boyfriend thought that was, the DM's boyfriend thought that the spell's scale alongside your level 1-to-1, which immediately explained why he was doing so much damage in the previous encounters. Nevertheless, I point out the misunderstanding and think we can make it, we can just move past it. Nevertheless, I point out the misunderstanding, think we can just move past it or restart the PvP. The DM says that he'll allow it, and I need to roll, a new character. What? The DM says that he'll allow it, and I need to roll a new character. The DM said he'd allow it, that we can redo the PvP, but I do need to make a new character. I ask him what he means by allow it, and he says it was an honest mistake. I agree, but that doesn't mean I should have to suffer for it. What? He says that it's his final verdict. I, in a total absent father move, say I'm going outside to smoke and just leave. My next session is about 2 weeks. I'm not sure what to do. I value our friendship. He rides solely on our D&D sessions, and I get that he wanted to encourage his boyfriend into the hobby, but his choice to keep my character dead makes zero sense to me. I need an opinion outside to see if I'm acting like a child or if I'm justified in my actions. I don't get this at all. So, but why, like, if the DM understands that you should redo the PvP, which shouldn't be a thing at all. Like, even if you do PvP, it should be until you're down, not until you die. Why would, for what, like a robe that gives you +1 AC? I do the same. What are they thinking? What's like, oh, I hope my partner, I want my partner to really get in this hobby, so I'll just let them kill whoever they want to. New player alert, not a problem. Not a problem bringing new players in. It's not like bringing a new player into Magic the Gathering. That's a whole different thing. That is funny that you're like, I need to smoke. I need to go outside and smoke. And they just see your like car leave. And they're like, what the heck? I'd be pissed. Yeah, say something to them. What are they going to say back? How do you, how do you even see this from the other side? Like, simp, dude, like simp. Well, I don't want to encroach too much on my boyfriend's thing. I don't want to encroach too much on what they were doing because, you know, they're my partner and cringe, dude. How? Oh my God. I've had it before where people like bring a girl to D&D and they try really hard to be cool and like, no, they can do like whatever they want. I have been with you since thick and thin. I was there when you fell into that ditch outside the frat house. You were unbelievably drunk. We were 19. I was there talking to the cop, saying how you'd lose all of your grants and scholarships if they gave you an underage drink. And thank God their body cam was off. And they let me take you home. No problem. I have been there for you through the last partner, this one, the next one. I have helped you grow and live and understand. I broke bread with you. I have fought every friend slop game that you've ever wanted me to play in the entire life. And now here, your true colors are shown. Did any of it matter? Did any of it? I sit across from you. I think we're blood brothers. You would have left me dead on the battlefield. Hail to the king in the north. I look over your like little finger. No smile. Chaos is a ladder. Our friendship is a rusted bridge in Silent Hill. I don't know what I have to prove to you. And then one person walks into your life and oh, you fall in love with them. This is what it is. This is what it means to be an adult. You give everyone up and you become enthralled in your partner and your kids and you let it all go. And now what? You stand around at some happy hour during a convention, a salesman convention, and you tell the stories I had with you. I tell them like they're cutscenes in a video game. And for a fraction of a second, your heart warms up, and you think of that time that you killed my player, and you never saw me again. And the smile just erases from your face, but you brush it off. Oh, sorry, Jeremy, as I was saying. The cop my friend had to talk. Thank God his body cam was off. You take a swig of your Jack and Coke. You didn't even know what that was before me. I took you out to a bar for the first time. And now what? I'm dust underneath your feet? A memory? I'm here. I remember the good times. I send in the group chat that we need to go out and have another friends adventure. But we can't. That's life. Things move on. There was a time in your life when we were like, no matter what, you'll always have me. And you've said that before to other people. No matter what happens, you'll always have me anyways. And now it's like a social test. Divine law has made it so that I see your true colors. I sit there and I lock eyes with you when that happens. Well, I didn't, and the partner says, well, I didn't know it was a level 9 spell. I thought it was 1-to-1. And you and your friend, the DM, make eye contact. And in that moment, it is like a flashing montage of 1,000 pictures, meeting for the first time on the kickball field, having lunch together, making promises together, that even at the end of the day, if you don't have someone, you'll have each other. The first time you guys found a dead body, the first time you guys had a drink together, the first time that you guys grieved together, all in the blink of an eye. But I realize that time, looking into your eyes, nothing looks back. I'll allow it. The room is silent. The walls are gone. The nukes dropped 12 years ago. I'm a lone survivor. You get up from the table and look outside into the arid wasteland. You take off your gas mask. Hits the ground softly. You look out. And you feel that same thing you did in that moment. That you were alone. That whatever bond you had, whatever time you spent with people you thought were friends, fractures of the same soul, grown together into the mortal coil. You're back at the table. You meet your friend's dead gaze. And all you have to do is say, I get it. You get up. Say you're gonna go smoke. Walk outside. And you just start walking. You walk all the way home. You left your car there. And now what? What's next? Do you accept that that is your fate? That people will switch up on you and maybe at the end of the day you just have yourself, and that's when you smile a little bit because you realize you still have yourself. And then no matter how many times someone wrongs you, you realize at the end of the day you would never do it to them. You're back on the arid wasteland. You're bleeding out. It begins to rain for the first time in this desert since the bombs dropped. And you can look up to the sky for one last time and say, I know at least I did it right. No matter how many people wronged me. And then it goes out. And so that's my advice. No matter how many times you are wrong, no matter how many times it goes bad for you, you got to realize you always have to be good. And if it's not for everyone else, you got to be good for yourself. Now, in this situation, what I probably would have done is made a big scene. Made a big scene. I would have been crying. Do you not remember me? I was here before them. Flip the table, kind of like an episode of The Bear. I would have brought up the socks thing at the Magic Castle and how he didn't have my back then either. So that's my advice. This is a long one. I think I can do one more question before we get into some super thanks. All right. Hey there, Zach the Bold. First, I want to say I love the content you make. Your videos strike my funny bone just in the right way to make my piss myself with laughter every time. I love it. Please don't go bald. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Me and my boyfriend are currently in a campaign that has been killing me slowly for the past couple of months, like actually making me dread playing the game. Basically, to make a long drama short, We used to have a much larger group that all played games together that lasted a year, but due to personal beef, exploded into 2 separate campaigns. I know how that goes. The campaign, the one killing me slowly, is being hosted by my 2 friends, a couple. One is the DM and the other is a player. We'll call them DM and C to make it easier. The campaign is a homebrew story all about C's character. I wonder how this could possibly go wrong. I wonder how this could possibly go wrong. It is a homebrew world all based on the significant other's character. Great. Great. The campaign is a homebrew story about C's character and how we have to, as a party, have to venture into the hells and retrieve their soul from a demon. The reason we are playing this is because prior to the previous campaign being almost completely wiped from existence, our characters agreed to help C's character once that a part of the story arc ended. The reason this is frustrating is because the campaign was designed completely by C, the player. The entire plot, enemies, and story beats. Oh, guys. I know everyone plays D&D different, but this is wild. For what purpose? For what purpose is it to be like, let's just do my character? This is like my story. I will make it and you run it. Why isn't C running this game? Oh, because they want to be a player in it. This is like taking DM NPC to like the next level. I can't stand it. The DM basically has to follow the exact plot that C has written out, so C knows exactly what's going to happen. Instead of this being a collaborative role-playing experience, we're basically watching C's fanfic over Discord. Holy moly! The worst part is that C is not even actively participating in their character's story. It's my boyfriend's character that is trying to drive the plot forward and trying to figure out what we're even supposed to do. Wow. C's characters literally no help because they're constantly doing other real-world tasks, barely concentrating on gameplay. Oh man, I guess they don't want to give away too much about what's going to happen. That is such a bizarre and weird thing to be happening. Like your DM is running this other person's, their significant other's story while they're like loading the dishwasher or the washing machine. They're changing their oil outside with the door open to the garage. Dude, this is so bizarre. We're basically being railroaded into doing random unrelated side quests so C can show off some random NPC they made. We've gone from being teleported into the hells by a warlock to having to go through hell TSA for 10 hours, to then walking randomly around Avernus, getting dragged into a shop, talking to some unrelated NPCs, and then fighting a gang of imps that almost TPKs us, which was apparently intended to be an easy fight. Each one of these events happened on their own separate 5 to 6 hour sessions. If this sounds jarring, disjointed, and drawn out, that's because it is. Also, that's literally all we've actually done. We have not gotten any closer to the point of the actual campaign. The main reason we're getting pushed into each event or location is because C is making character art for the campaign. Oh my gosh, this gets worse and worse. So you are playing a campaign with a couple. One's the DM, one is the player. The player has written the campaign, is not there at the table while you're playing because they're doing random chores around. And the reason it is taking so long, the reason there's so much filler in this campaign is because the player who made the campaign, who isn't active because they know everything that's going on, is making art for the campaign. They drew their character's whole family tree and gave them detailed backstories, even though they're not present in the story. The artwork is always really good, and I respect that, but I just don't care about seeing another painting of Bourbon the Potions Freak or any other random NPC that isn't related to the main story. It just feels like a tour of their art sometimes. What is the point? We're 10 sessions in, and C's character is just useless in fights and roleplay. They made a whole campaign for themselves, and they haven't even attempted to drive the plot forward. My character has the same intelligence as a rock, and they're somehow participating more in conversations and problem solving than them. Plus, me and my boyfriend's characters have nothing to do but tag along, despite the DM knowing our characters and their goals and aspirations from previous story arcs. He's written interesting stories and character arcs for them before, but there's literally no involvement for them in this current campaign. I'm sure you're probably wondering, Why haven't we said anything about our concerns? This is because C gets extremely defensive when you criticize anything they do. Any minor criticism brings them to tears. Oh my god. Oh man, it's why the last campaign exploded, because they and another player couldn't see eye to eye with their personal issues, and now they're mortal enemies. Also, the DM never challenges C on anything because they are dating. So that's why they're going along with anything C wants and are so focused on C's characters alone. It's just so frustrating because I feel like I've only scratched the surface of what D&D could be for me when I want to dive in head first. I only started playing 2 years ago, but now I have this campaign that just sucks. I feel like I want to take a break. Maybe put it on the back burner and work my 9 to 5 or something. I don't know. Hopefully you've been some words of wisdoms for me, and I hope this story was fun to read. There are also some more details I could add, but then I'd just be whining LMAO. I don't think you're whining at any point. This is an insane thing to be in. I can't emphasize this enough. Guys, I'm serious. You can't make the fact that you're not good at confrontation just a thing in your life. You can't. You can't accept that face value. You have to work on that as yourself. You have to be able to confront people. And if a big thing that's stopping you from confronting others is the fact that other people can't do confrontation, it's bad. It will rot your friend group to its core. You have to speak your mind. People have been speaking their mind forever. We talk a lot on this channel about how D&D is like the perfect thing to do. I'm losing, my brain is melting in my head. D&D is the perfect way to practice confrontation, to confront people that differ from you. This sounds terrible. The DM might even know that this is a problem. They should. I can't remember if it's he, she, or they, or whatever. They should. Because if they've run good games before, that's not like a fair relationship either. You can't make it to the end of your life and be like, I've driven my friends away for the sake of one person that I love. That's not love, dude. That's not love, all right? You have to be able to balance your relationships. If maybe someone comes along in your life and shows like, maybe you've already had thoughts that you've been in a toxic friendship, or maybe they like enlighten you like, hey, this is not how friends work. That's a different thing altogether. But you can't just drive your friends away. And I know I went on a huge rant about this 2 minutes ago, but I haven't like really had any friends be like that recently. But it's about balance. You can't give away your identity and who you are for another person. Then what's the point of that in the first place? What makes you is great for the most part. Sometimes you have these friends that you're like, well, maybe you should actually work on yourself a little bit, right? But I'm just like, to the DM, I'm like, for the sake of your friends, you can't let this just happen. And to the person writing in, I'm on your side. I'm totally on your side, and this is ridiculous. And it's just like, I'm sorry that this person can't take any confrontation or criticism, but it's ruining your time being with your friends. And it's like, that is such a difficult conversation to have. For you to go to talk to your DM and be like, hey, listen, I need you to like, this is not fun for us. Because they probably know. But they go, I know, but this person, this player, my significant other, it would just be a big problem, and they'd get upset, and it'd just be better for everyone involved. But it wouldn't. You're supposed to grab them by the shoulders and say, this is not a life to live. This is not how you should be treating your relationships. I've been there for you. I was there even before you started dating. You can't change because of this. Because you're not gaining anything. And it's just like, what do you say? You just say your mind. Because you can't let this just keep happening over and over again. It's like, wake up. Wake up and look around you. And look at you still have us, your friends. But if you need time to figure it out on your own, that's the thing. Is like, there's times when you're just like, well, maybe you got to figure it out on your own. You got to do what you need to do. Be with this person until they break your heart. I know they will. Or that you can't take it anymore. But sometimes it's like, hey, let me speak my mind before that happens. Love is a crazy thing. And it's especially a thing, I'm sorry, we're in a very nerdy community. There's a lot of people in this world who are in these nerdy communities that have never had a significant other. And when that arises, when they finally get that first ever significant other, no matter how bad it is, no matter even if they know in their heart of hearts how bad that relationship might be, they stick with it. Because it's like this love, this drunk love, the fear of never finding someone ever again, or, you know, whatever may be. Like the idea that this person may be with someone else kills you or whatever. It's like, if you are a guy, if you are a person in a friend group like this, you need to help your friend. You need to be like, hey, listen, I know you're in there. Smack him. Don't smack him, all right? I don't want to be freaking... That's not real advice. Grab him by the shoulders and be like, take control of your life before it's too late. So a lot of times, sometimes they have kids. Sometimes they get married. Sometimes it's like they have these... You can't do anything at that point. Does anyone have anything mean to say at this wedding? Does anyone have anything mean to say? I do. I am on your side. The person who wrote this in, that is the weirdest. That sucks. But it seems like this person, this player at the table, has a lot of weird stuff going on in their life. It seems like they got to work some stuff out. Because if you cannot confront your friends about something so little, something so, like, doesn't matter, and your friend, if you're seeing your friend decay in front of your eyes, you gotta say something. You gotta. So get that. All right, let's get into some super thanks. Get through some of this stuff. This one is from episode... Oh, we're gonna do the first one. All right, this is from episode 42. These are the comments from episode 42. Pancake H0 sent in $5, sending good vibes and thoughts your way. Love the pod, Zach. I had a question. You've been validly lamenting the lack of modules and source books coming out since the release of D&D 2024, but also when giving advice to new players, you said you really don't recommend using modules. They should create their own homebrew and world and settings. Do you think ideas like these are why Wizards may be hesitant to make source books, or are those two thoughts not as directly opposed as I have perceived them? I can understand what you're saying, 100%. I will say definitively that is not why books and modules and things like that have not coming out for D&D. Hasbro is making, what, 80-90% of all their revenue from Magic the Gathering and Monopoly Go. D&D is a wonderful IP. To make more money on D&D is a great idea. However, the last 10 plus years has shown to Hasbro that making these modules and campaigns are not the way to be making money. And even if it was, even if I was like, go out and buy a module today, go out and buy a campaign, the profits from that are not what they're looking for. They are looking for reoccurring large lump sums of money. And it is not the idea that people will pick up a campaign or module, whether or not I say that they should or shouldn't. Because the margin of people that will buy the book, even if I spoke great about them every single time, every time I'm like, run a module, whatever, is not the profit margin they're looking for. I think it is a totally separate thing. I think it's like, again, I think it's about making D&D movies and video games and shows and selling the IP and letting Stranger Things use it and things like that. It's about making D&D Beyond battle passes or D&D Beyond, you know, loops to making, like, adding all this third-party material and things like that. I'm sorry. I don't think... I understand your thought process behind it, but I think the entire idea of, like, why campaigns and modules... I say bad thing about campaigns and modules, therefore they will not sell, therefore Wizards will not make more campaigns and modules. I feel like that entire argument is flawed based on pillars of this argument that aren't... based off of different things that aren't even the pillars of this argument. It's not about that in any way. It's about money. It's about money and how much profit can be comparatively made to things like Monopoly Go and Magic the Gathering. It is a change of the system. It is a change of seeing what works and what doesn't. And it is a change of how can we make exuberant amount of money from this. So that's my piece. But again, That's not like confirmed. I think that is my argument against a valid criticism for sure. But from what I know, that is what I can deduce. And again, there's no evidence. I mean, there's evidence to that, but there's no facts to that. It's not like Wizards has said that. It's not anything. That's just what I've kind of seen. And it's why we have like 6 Magic sets now. And it's why we have so much Universes Beyond it, because it makes money. It makes so much money. James Gunn Roland sent in $5. Hey, Zach, the only restaurant I've ever worked at is Culver's. Being fast food, we did not get shifties. Yeah, Culver's will not give you shifties. And even if they did have alcohol, which they won't because it's Culver's, it's like saying you'd get shifties at Chick-fil-A. But the uniforms are blue. Does that make me a blue-collar worker? I think if you work in fast food, I would absolutely consider you the equivalent of like a construction worker. Like, that is nuts. Aiden Hodder, 4886. Hello, Mauled Hound with hair. Interesting. Okay. I disagree from that comparison, but thank you. Thank you for answering my question on making immersive worlds for newer players. My question this time is, how do you describe a Dungeons & Dragons... My question this time is this: how do you describe Dungeons & Dragons to absolute beginners with no idea what it actually is? I still have friends who ask if it's a book or a board game or a sex thing. I can't tell them because it's a D&D like, because they don't know what D&D is like. Okay. Already? All right, Aiden, you've already said 2 things. Okay, number 1, the argument for D&D like is not for how D&D is described. It's for other... Okay. I can't tell them if it's D&D because they don't know what D&D is like. How do you give them a rundown of the experience without going, it's full of dice and paper and pencil and eraser and tear and chairs and a bowl of chips and a Bluetooth speaker and miniatures and dry erase maps and phones, but only during the other players in combat and spare Thursday evening and 4 to 6 friends. Oh my gosh. A D P P E T C B B S M D E M P B O D O. Oh my god. OP, all right, for short. P.S. A fellow soft-handed Philip Glass enjoy. I recommend Glass Orpheus. It's a 1-to-1 chamber opera adaptation of a 19th French art film. The same name. Love your work. Keep dunking on the hacks and the dorks. Don't let the flame die out. What do you say? I don't know. D&D's storytelling. You storytell it together. There's an action mechanic to it where you fight things. You roll dice. It's a lot of fun. You should try it out. Dirty D9294 sent $5. Zach takes the fall and disappears from our time. His channel is a default PNG named The Bold. Any bold takes for D&D Echo. Oh, I see. Any bold takes for D&D Echo to a person who isn't there, or perhaps never was there, or he once was, is merely a space in between where his room was instead of a door. Now a picture hangs of a D&D homebrew setting that carries the idea of something that once was. You get a phone call and someone breathing heavily and muttering something about stun. When you find a video of some sort of podcast with no thumbnail or title, and it's just an empty room forever. The emptiness is noticeable, yet no one will be able to explain why. Thank you, Dirty D, for the kind words. Corebore 4646 and $10. How much money do I have to put in this thing to make you buckle down and finish corners? JK, take your time. I just bought a D&D candle per your recommendations. I got Book Loft from Beth. And Bodyworks, notes of bergamot wood and warm blankets, it says. Honestly, a subtle campfire smoke. Can you describe your D&D candle you use? I used Cantrip Candles, Wolf Den. What is it? It's not Blackhound. It's like Wolf's Den. I think it's Wolf's Den. It is harsh and violent, and it smells of leather and billowing smoke, and Industrial Revolution. Keeps my players on edge. We're gonna move into episode 43. Dylan really do be chillin'. Sent $15 and making my warlock in my friends campaign be the villain in my side campaign I do for my friends when our main DM isn't able to do it. To sum it up, to canonize it, I talked with my DM and he greenlit it, so I decided in a specific... Okay, I gotta reread this. To sum it up, to canonize it, I talked with my DM and he greenlit it, so I decided in a specific death I want for my warlock that I choose out of Xanthar's guide, have the Lich of my world that died the exact same way to hint the very same people I play with, their party members soon going to be the villain of their main story. To make things better, he offered to make his campaign a prequel to mine, which further makes the Lich's link to my character all the more better. Oh, and the Dungeon Master also was very excited when I said that I want my warlock to find the Eye of Vecna, like way later down the line, and when the party isn't looking immediately, try to scoop his eye out or place it with Vecna's. Considering his world's magic is weaved into madness and my warlock sanity drop heavily as of right now, he's very much showing early signs of corruption with power, but even with the warlock himself, he doesn't know it. Am I crazy for wanting to be the villain of our campaign? I like to think of it as a future being written for a character who is being laughed off as a schizophrenic warlock that chose to chill touch over Eldritch Blast. Well, they know it's a necromancer cantrip. I'm very sorry for the long message. I had more to the money to compensate. Thank you. Well, thank you, Dylan, for the big 15. Yeah, only thing I'm worried about is you, like, giving too much main character energy. Too much, like, this is my thing. It also kind of makes you immune. If your character dies beforehand, it kind of ruins everything, right? Like, it kind of makes it so that your DM will never kill you. Because they need you to be alive for the villain or something. But I think it's cool. Just, I don't know. I think this is a risky place to be in. I truly think that it's like, just play it well, play it right. Don't take up too much of the main spotlight. It's very funny if your friends like don't care and then they realize it. Like, they're like, I don't know. Why'd you put Vecna's on? I don't really. All right, you have chill touch, share. Oh, you're the villain? Oh, okay. Oh, I guess that makes sense. That all comes together. And it's like your big thing. You have a cape on. Oh, I am the Lich. I'd say it's a cool concept. And I like the idea of like the prequel and everything. Just be careful. Just be careful. I don't want your friends to think that you give off too much main character energy or something. Thanks for the great podcast. Hilarious as always. Sorry, James Gunn Roland sent in $5. Thanks for the great podcast. Hilarious as always. Thank you, James. Appreciate you. Jay Gravy 02 sent in $5. Hey, Jack the Swole. Sorry, I meant Zach the Bold. I know you were doing a bit with the laundry thing at the beginning, but using warm hot water and especially a hot dryer causes almost all fabrics to shrink. Non-synthetic fibers like cotton and wool shrinking the most. Some washers and dryers don't have the quick select settings to accommodate this washing style, which makes the laundry more complicated. Like, this is genuine advice. Also, the shirt looks a little tight around your girthy ass arms. Looks fine around your chest. Anyways, great episodes. I love how you always calm and reasonable reactions to any and all questions. And I'll now force my DM to create a rust monster that I will shit myself with and use an AI chatbot to imagine our life together on a rapidly disintegrating oil rig. Thank you, Jay Gravy, for both the real advice and also that I've influenced your games. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. We've been switching it to cold. Isn't that like a thing? It doesn't wash as heavy or whatever. I don't really. Just let me wear nothing. Just let me just throw me away. Just as usual. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. I just gotta go. To be fair, I've also, someone sent a friend photo of college for me in college, and I was wearing the same flannel that I was in like the one shot that I did for Critical Role, and I was like, dude, I gotta get new clothes. Bick Double sent in $2. Kyle, I really liked Planet of the Basque and Selecta. Kyle, I really liked Planet of the Bass and Selecta. When are you going to make music again? Is this for me? Is this something I don't remember? Maybe it's for his friend to hear? I don't know. Sorry if I don't understand, Bick. Cloud Bounce sent in $2. I don't know what day it was, considering the podcast did not come out. I missed my online classes, but when I told my teachers of my self-diagnosis of needing a Monday podcast, they said it was not a valid excuse to skip exams. I had forgotten what season we were in and walked out in shorts as the blizzard took over my city with the cold biting at me. I tried to get some froyo and my fingers almost fell off as my family wrapped me in a warm blankets, and as the speedator turns on, the thought of "it's so hot in here" crosses my mind, and I burst into tears. So thanks for uploading, even if it was a late one. I can finally be normal again. Thank you, Zach, for this Monday podcast. You let your professors know. I'll send them a note. I had some great professors in college. I had some bad ones. I really did not like the bad ones. I'm like, oh, you guys are my boss. You guys are my boss. I'm a professor. You guys are my boss. I paid for it. It was a big thing. I didn't like college. Maybe you guys had a good time. I don't know. Bobbion 7210 sent in $10. Is that my circus? Are those my monkeys? Why do you even care, bro? Little punches getting shoved around by the other. Even care, little punches getting shoved around by the other macaques and running to. Oh, this is about that monkey. This is about that monkey with the little plushie, trying to make it hug him, and you're worried about your life. Guys, there's too much going on in the world. I gotta watch this little monkey. Hold on. I can't. I won't. All right. I don't care. I do. I don't. I care about the fact that AJ and Big Justice don't have it in their hearts to make good videos anymore. They remade the video where they're like, "We're the Costco guys." And they had nothing. They had no enthusiasm. They're done with it. That's what I care about. When he moves, he is Zach the bold. When he shivers, he is Zach the cold. When he ages, he is Zach the old. When he rants, he is Zach the told. When he buys, he is Zach the sold. When he commits, he is Zach enrolled. When he brings word, he is Zach Harald. That's a stretch. When he houses, he's Zach the hold. When he cringes, he is Yuck the mold. And when he reads this crap, he is Zach the trolled. Thank you for coming to my poetry dram. I hope you enjoyed. And when he wears a tight shirt, he is Zach the swole. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for writing in. I am your host, Zach the Bold. Thank you guys. I hope you have a great week. I'll see you in the next one. I love you and bye.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
Storm spotters have reported a tornado currently heading towards the city. Extreme wind conditions are expected. All citizens are advised to seek shelter at this time.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Thanks for joining us here today on Deluxe Relax. I'm your host, Sarah, with our very special co-host, my mentor and life experience coach, Alice Brash.
Hello. Thank you, Sarah. That was very nice. You're doing wonderfully. We'll be back after the break.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. Local stargazers are in for a real treat tonight, as the aurora borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right, Jim. Don't forget to look up this evening. It promises to be quite a sight.
Looking like a wet one today. I'm gonna keep dry and stay inside. Local weather all day, every day.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Deluxe Relax with Alice Brash. Don't go away.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Looking like a wet one today. I'm gonna keep dry and stay inside. Local weather, all day, every day.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes. This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed. This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past. This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
fuck is...
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Welcome, everybody. It's that very special time of day when our listeners get to ask Alice. We've got a lot of questions here for you.
Just pick a nice, juicy one.
Oh, all right. Let's see. This one's from Levi. There's been a lot of zombie shows recently. Do you think they could be real? And could they maybe be nice instead of horrible?
Oh, that is a good one. I have some friends high up in the insurance industry, and they tell me zombies are very real. Well, they're keeping a lid on it for now, but they're completely rethinking life insurance.
Really?
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
You want those walking corpses collecting benefits on their own deaths? But the best thing for a zombie outbreak is heavy metal music.
They like it?
Oh, very much so. And eat a good, healthy breakfast beforehand in case you have to run a long way.
Now that is good advice. You're listening to Deluxe Relax.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
A chilly day with temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is passed. This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Hello, this is Alice. You're listening to Deluxe Relax. It's the best station on air, but don't worry, nobody is going to think you're a nincompoop for changing the channel.
That's the power of positive thinking, right?
That's right, Sarah. You're doing great.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Out and about with our mobile unit, Kim is bringing us a live report. Kim, can you hear me?
The weather is really, really bad out here. I still don't see why I'm standing outside.
So how much accumulation per hour would you...
How am I supposed to know that?
Well, can you estimate?
I'm coming back in.
Right. Thanks for that real-time on-site update. We'll be following up with Kim once she's dried off and back in the studio.
We're looking at clear and sunny skies across the region today. Don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to getting out and enjoying a nice walk in the fresh air later today. This is local weather with you all day, every day, rain or shine.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
What's there? Oh no.
We're at war with Iraq. A move so desperate that the President of the United States famously said so himself back in 2011 when he claimed that Obama would start a war with Iran. He didn't, in order to win an election.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Well, now with Trump's poll numbers at levels so catastrophically low that some companies have just stopped measuring, Trump has decided to go to war with Iran, and his administration, they just can't seem to get the story straight on why they've decided to turn on the old war machine, which they have done once again without congressional approval because they're just, guys, it's fine. They're calling this a military action.
Yeah, he's actually ending the war that Iran has been waging against us for the last 40-something years.
Another ended war for the leader of the Board of Peace.
Put another medal on you, sir.
But yeah, cool. And just a quick heads up, this is an active and ongoing situation, so we are naturally going to be a bit behind because of when we write and film. But let's get you up to speed so far. First of all, the operation has been dubbed Operation Epic Fury.
Operation Cringe.
Because, yeah, a bunch of middle-aged children are in charge of the United States government, and they are not hiding the fact that this was going to be a large-scale assault and would result in the deaths of American soldiers, which it already has, alongside countless civilians in Iran, which we will talk about in a moment. But first, here's the big Trump announcement from a couple days ago.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
Yep, that's right. America was in imminent danger from Iran. As Conor O'Malley famously put it so many years ago, I'm 62 years old, I live in Tampa, I eat corn and beef every day, I always have a Titleist hat on, and Iran is the biggest threat to my freedom.
That's right.
Conor O'Malley really is the poet of our time.
And he said that 8 years ago, or just 7.5 years ago.
He's had his finger on the pulse of this country's spiritual journey.
He's always been a little too far ahead. You know?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, of the initial reasons that was given for this military operation, the biggest was, of course, crippling Iran's nuclear capabilities. Something that, hold on, I have a massive head injury, but something sounds eerily, I'm getting some deja vu here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Trump said he did that just a few months ago.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Okay, I guess these Iranians, they're quick with it.
Yeah.
You take out one nuclear manufacturing mountain, they just spring up another one.
When you hit your head earlier and you were like, I've heard this before, I thought you were going to go as far back as the early 2000s for Iraq. But yeah, that also happened. And of course, over the weekend, there were also people on news shows that constantly said Iraq instead of Iran.
Yeah, well, they're doing WMDs, but like, you know, say what you will about the evils of the Bush administration, they at least tried to sell that war to the people.
No, they just kind of launched into this one.
Yeah, this one, they didn't bother. Like, opinion polling on this shit going back for the last year has been just dog shit. No one wants this. No one sees any reason for it. They kind of had a reason before because they're like, oh, they got this big, scary nuclear manufacturing plant. But then they blew it up last summer and said they had completely wiped out their entire nuclear program.
They can't use that excuse anymore.
But they're using it, I guess, because they assume that you are as dumb as they think you are.
Yeah.
But yeah, in recent narratives, I guess the narrative changed a bit when Trump claims that the deaths of protesters at the hands of the Iranian government would lead to military intervention, which, yeah, Trump loves himself a protester. He loves nothing more than the safety, the protection, the respect of protesters protesting against their tyrannical government.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he switched back after that to old reliable. The protesters thing, it didn't ring very honest.
Yeah, I don't think his supporters didn't really work for
who
them.
Who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
So yeah, he switched back to old reliable. The United States' position that Iran cannot, under any circumstances, be in possession of a nuclear weapon, even if they aren't developing one currently, and even though we allegedly completely obliterated their nuclear capabilities last June. And anyone who says otherwise is doing fake news.
That's it. You're lying.
But even if they had a justifiable reason to enter into a war with Iran, it's a wildly unpopular decision, regardless of political affiliation. I mean, they're trying their damnedest to convince themselves that this is what they've always wanted.
Yeah, now, retroactively, now that it's been launched, it's like, oh yeah, no, we always thought that this was going to happen.
When Trump said that he was the pro-peace candidate,
this is what he meant.
I knew he was winking and joshing. I knew he would do what I really want in my heart, which is full-scale war with Iran.
When he said that Obama would get into war with Iran, and then he said that Kamala would drag us into more wars, I believed him. And now he's just fulfilling that promise by ending wars through other wars.
That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, nobody wants another forever war in the Middle East, except for the weapons companies.
Yeah.
And there's no simple exit strategy here, regardless of what Trump and Pete Hegseth say.
This is not simple, regardless of what they're trying to frame this as.
Like, Iraq was a clusterfuck. Iran is a much bigger country than Iraq. And any actual ground invasion of Iran will be significantly more difficult due to the terrain.
And they haven't really ruled that out.
Well, they're in too deep now.
Yeah.
But yeah, polling from this weekend shows that nearly 60% of Americans disapprove of the strikes, and most think a long-term conflict is likely. And a lot of you weren't paying attention in 2003.
Or weren't alive.
But
or weren't cognizant.
I cannot emphasize enough that they had the amount of support that they had to launch a war in Iraq was astronomical. The president, at 9/11, he was still in the post 9/11 glow, where even the Democrats in Congress were like, "Yes, Mr. President,
sure,
we will follow you." Yeah, he had a blank check. This is a completely different situation, and they're just doing it anyway.
And of course, look, all of this history repeating itself and not even manufacturing consent, I would say.
And not even rhyming.
It doesn't matter, because we have an evil president whose brain is actively turning to mush, whose skin is cracked and peeling. Gross. And who seems to be fulfilling the obligations of other authoritarian regimes who have financial leverage over him.
Although they're all kind of mad at him too, except for Israel.
Well, they're mad now because now, Saudi Arabia is we just spent so much time, effort, and money making this the cool vacation destination, and now we're on the receiving end of attacks because we also joined in with the United States.
The UAE is very upset. You're getting plane loads full of young women who have Botoxed themselves into Barbies. They're getting back into London because the dream is over. The United Arab Emirates dream, the Dubai dream is dead. The chocolate machine is off.
Yeah, well, sources who spoke to the Washington Post over the weekend stated that Trump launched Saturday's wide-ranging attack on Iran after a weeks-long lobbying effort by an unusual pair of U.S. allies in the Middle East, Israel and Saudi Arabia, according to 4 people familiar with the matter. As Israeli and U.S. forces teamed to topple Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei after nearly 4 decades in power. And they add that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman made multiple private phone calls to Trump over the past month advocating a U.S. attack, despite his public support for a diplomatic solution, the 4 people said. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, meanwhile, continued his long-running public campaign for U.S. strikes against what he views as an existential enemy of his country. The attack came despite U.S. intelligence assessments that Iran's forces were unlikely to pose an immediate threat to the U.S. mainland within the next decade. Well, even before the attacks were launched, there were leaks. Of course there were leaks. This is the Hegseth Department of War. And these weren't from traditional trusted sources providing information to journalists, and not even an uninvited guest in a signal chat who was watching as they texted so-called war plans. No, the strikes on Iran were exposed at a bar walking distance from the White House when a table full of loud assholes started shouting about the plans within earshot of a podcast host.
Well, at least they're touching grass. Yeah, when it was in a group chat, that was kind of cringe. But now it's like at a bar. That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, well, they didn't. I guess they didn't realize that other people could hear what they were saying, and that one of those people might be on a podcast with a known newsmaker.
One of those people could have had their Kalshi app open and could have been.
Well, then they could have been making some serious money. Yeah. Obviously, everything is very, very stupid, but this is a different level. Here's TMZ.
TMZ with like a hell of a scoop.
Well, it's because it involved like one of their top people. So, a group at a Washington, D.C. restaurant was talking openly in the bar area Friday afternoon about a national secret that was about to literally explode hours later, the bombing of Iran. Attorney Mark Garagos was at Joe's Seafood Prime Steak and Stone Crab at around 3 p.m. Eastern getting something to eat and prepared to do the Two Angry Men podcast with Harvey Levin from his seat in the bar area. Just before 3:45, Mark overheard people at the next table in the bar area talking about Iran. Mark's not sure who these guys were, but Joe's is 0.2 of a mile from the White House. You hear Harvey just before they began the podcast asking why Mark chose that location for the podcast. Mark responded that the conversation next to him was so fascinating he couldn't leave. Later in the podcast, Mark says, "By the time this podcast drops, 1 p.m. Eastern in Iran, I'll leave it at that." Then Mark reveals what he overheard. Today is the day. Sure enough, hours later, the U.S. and Israel were bombing Iran.
Dude, there has never been a better time to be a foreign spy operating in deep cover.
You just hang out all day.
Yeah, you don't even have to do anything. Just hang out in restaurants and bars in the
They'll
DC
come in
area.
blabbing about it.
Yeah, just be a barfly in Washington, D.C. You'll get everything you need.
It's like stories like these incentivize people just like getting on Polymarket and just hanging out at DC bars.
It's been revealed and confirmed that this operation, they've been cooking it up for months.
Yeah.
Which just goes to show you should never negotiate with the United States.
No!
Because this entire negotiation between Iran and the U.S. was a complete fucking sham. It was a way to distract them while we were planning on doing an invasion.
Yes.
And it didn't matter. And actually, it turned out to be kind of funny because Iran, in these negotiations, was like pretty cooperative.
Yeah.
Like they wanted to make a deal.
They were literally negotiating, but that wasn't the plan for the U.S. And as mentioned by the sources to the Washington Post, Mohammed bin Salman was like, yeah, we love negotiating. And the whole time he's telling the U.S. and planning with the U.S. the actual strike.
Never trust the United States of America. You're a fool if you trust this evil country. So again, despite this being a highly unpopular and stupid decision, and the Trump administration's previous claims of being the president of peace who would never do regime change, the U.S. and Israeli forces launched an attack on Iran and killed their supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and apparently a lot of other officials who would have maybe been the Trump administration's choice to fill the leadership role going forward.
Oops.
I mean, they took out a bunch of the opposition parties in the Iranian parliament, which, I mean, definitely those people, if you were going to not just do a full occupation, you'd probably want those guys around, some of the more moderate.
Well, no, Trump just got on the camera and said, now take your country back. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, everybody, time to
Go
rise
for
up.
it.
Do it now. They fucking killed Ahmadinejad. What was his? I don't remember his first name, but the president of Iran back during like the Bush days, who for the last 20 years just posts about college football. He loves American, or he did. He's dead now, but he loved American college football, and he seemed pretty happy, not running shit in Iran, and just kind of watching the pigskin.
Yeah. Also, getting back to how unsecure this was, other people have pointed this out, but apparently this was once again launched from Mar-a-Lago, which is of course not safe, not secure. And the people in the room were
probably
wearing
spies there.
They didn't need to be, because people in the room were wearing Apple Watches.
Yeah.
During like strategic strikes with the president at a fucking resort in South Florida.
Well, everyone, it's maybe a blessing that everyone actually skilled at this kind of operation no longer, they've been pushed out of the government.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious.
So also, the nightmarish American war machine, once again, right off the bat, it took no time at all.
Immediately.
They have the blood of dozens of children all over its hands, as one of the very first strikes in this so-called Operation Epic Fury was on a girls' elementary school, where it's been reported that over 100 children were killed in the attack. The strike hit the school in Minab, a city in the Hormozgan province of southern Iran, on Saturday morning, the start of the school week in Iran, when children were in class. Shiva Amelirad, a Canada-based representative of the Coordinating Council of Iranian Teachers' Trade Associations, a network of teachers' unions in Iran, told Time that at least 108 children had been killed in the attack, according to information she had received from sources in Minab. And they, of course, immediately, they played the card that we've seen so much over the past 2.5 years of, like, why did they have a school so close to a military base? And it's like, okay, first of all, look at any military base in the U.S. or abroad. There are families living on those military bases. And the children are often educated on those military bases. They're not using human shields.
They're just using that excuse because people don't think any further than that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I guess they had to die.
Why was Iran using children as human shields? And it's like, I mean, it's been said to death, but like, you look at, like, the fucking IDF has, like, much of their base of operations is, like, in the middle of fucking Tel Aviv. It's like, oh, they're using human shields. The human shields thing is absolute bullshit, and it's just, like, it's crazy to me that they're still trotting that out as if anyone fucking believes it.
It's just, it's disgusting. It's horrifying. And it's a reality of war that has been presented now to the American people and our former allies right at the start of this completely misguided and dangerous engagement. I mean, we should all literally be ashamed of ourselves. This fucking sucks. And while the very real strikes are continuing to take place, the internet has, of course, been absolutely flooded with fake news, fake or misattributed images and videos, AI-created slop, and more that is adding to the confusion and chaos to an already chaotic and very deadly situation. And yes, people are, of course, already using footage from the video game War Thunder and passing it off as actual footage from Iran.
Of course.
Over the weekend, Wired tracked some of the garbage that's being spread on social media following Trump's attack announcement, and here's some of what they found. Almost all of the most viral posts reviewed by Wired on Saturday came from accounts with blue check marks, meaning they pay X for its premium service and could be eligible to earn money based on how much engagement their posts generate, even if the content is false. While some posts with disinformation have a community note appended beneath them to correct the record, they remain up on the site, and it's unclear how many people viewed them before the notes appeared. One video posted by a blue checkmark account claimed to show ballistic missiles over Dubai. The clip actually showed Iranian ballistic missiles fired at Tel Aviv in October 2024. The post has been viewed over 4.4 million times.
Yeah, this is so much of the real footage is just from previous wars and previous attacks. And like footage of, I mean, I'm sure plenty of people in Iran are at least tentatively kind of stoked about this, but there's like so much footage of like cheering Iranians that is not from the past few days. It's, you can't get any decent handle on what's actually happening here because people are financially incentivized to just pump out the content without any regard for how truthful it is.
Mm-hmm. In fact, the lies actually do a lot better.
Yeah, lies are very profitable. And it continues. One of the most viral clips shared on X in the hours after the attack claims to show an Israeli fighter jet being shot down by Iranian air defense systems. The video has been shared by dozens of accounts, including one post that has been viewed more than 3.5 million times. The provenance of the video is unclear, but there have been no credible reports of any Israeli jets being shot down over Iran on Saturday. Tehran Times, a news outlet aligned with the Iranian government, posted what appears to be an AI-generated image on X, which claims to show that an American radar in Qatar was completely destroyed today in an Iranian drone strike. And another.
Good luck getting a grasp on anything that if you're just sitting on social media all day, like good luck getting a grasp on any of this.
Yeah, another new and horribly dystopian feature of this war is, of course, the gambling aspect.
Of course.
Why start World War III, you know, if you're not going to put a little bit of money on it? The Onion joked about this. They ran an article that exclaimed, Trump wins $60 on Kalshi, betting he'll bomb Iran. But, I mean, that's not too far off from the truth, because over on prediction trading app Polymarket, a user named MAGA My Man raked in over $500,000 betting against the Ayatollah.
Wow. An account trading under the username MAGA My Man made more than $553,000 placing bets on the prediction market Polymarket that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, would be out of power just before an Israeli strike killed him on Saturday. The trades drew scrutiny from members of Congress and critics of prediction markets who say the platforms invite people with access to classified information to profit on lethal military operations. On Polymarket alone, $500 million was traded over when exactly U.S. forces would drop bombs on Iran. It's insane this is legal, Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat of Connecticut, wrote on X. People around Trump are profiting off war and death, he said, adding he plans to introduce legislation ASAP to outlaw this kind of activity. The White House denied anyone in Trump's orbit was behind the lucrative trades.
Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, is an advisor to Polymarket, and his venture capital firm 1789 Capital has invested millions into the controversial business. The Trump administration has dropped 2 federal investigations into Polymarket that were opened by President Joe Biden's officials. And it was reported by The Verge that Kalshi was refusing to pay out some of the bets because, well, profiting off of someone's death, that would look bad.
Yeah.
And the bet was for Khamenei to be out as supreme leader, which is technically true, but since he was killed, that looks bad. So I guess we're going to avoid some of the bets?
Yeah, it looks really bad when we very explicitly pay people large sums of money when a leader of a foreign country is completely taken out by the U.S. military. That it's drawing some unwanted scrutiny on our little business here.
Yeah, we're doing we're printing money over here, and we don't need that kind of heat.
Yeah, we truly are a sick, sad world. But like we said at the beginning, this whole thing is obviously an extremely active situation, and anything that we report on here will be out of date when this airs. But we filmed Monday afternoon, and by then, Trump signaled that this would indeed be a prolonged engagement that will be at least a few weeks long.
Many of your sons will die.
Yeah, but it's almost certain that this is clearly just the beginning of something that could grow much, much bigger, and almost certainly will. And if history is our guide, we have probably just kicked off another years or decades long conflict.
Yeah, even in the best case scenario, Iran falls into such shambles that there is some sort of uprising in the country. Like, that's not just gonna pan itself out real quickly. That's gonna be very.
Yeah, these things don't just figure themselves out very quickly.
That's gonna take a while. A lot of people are gonna die. It's gonna get dark.
Yeah, and Garrett Graff pointed this out recently while writing for Wired, saying, as much as modern American memory begins with the disastrous long tale of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Iran has been America's most fraught Middle Eastern friend and enemy for far longer than either. In fact, there is no country, arguably, where more U.S. presidents in the last 8 decades have found geopolitical trouble and domestic political challenges at home than Iran, which was, many forget, once one of America's most important economic and military partners.
Yeah, it's a long history here. We kind of installed one of our guys in there in the 50s.
The CIA went in there, and
then in the 70s, there was quite a bit of blowback to that, and that's how you get current version of Iran. And well, we've never forgiven them for it, much like we've never forgiven Cuba for not wanting the fucking American mafia running their island. Very unfair.
And the Cuba does appear to be next. There was some weird shit happening last week with like boaters from Florida going there and having weapons on, but so bizarre.
Yeah, no, it's that was very weird.
Yeah.
Still waiting for more details.
Almost like the Hegseth was like, well, we can't deal with that right now.
Well,
we're about to launch a war on fucking Iran.
Yeah, the Cuba one was like such a clusterfuck that I'm like, I don't think this was the CIA. I think this might have just been some Florida Cubans who got they got a little too confident in their abilities to personally kick off.
We're gonna kick this off. Yeah, weird. But anyways, Garrett adds that as much as Trump and the world might hope that democracy breaks out in Iran this spring, the CIA's official assessment in February was that if Khamenei was killed, he would likely be replaced with hardline figures from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And indeed, the fact that Iran's retaliatory strikes against other targets in the Middle East continued throughout Saturday, even after the death of many senior regime officials, including purportedly the defense minister, belied the hope that the government was close to collapse.
Yeah, they got a lot of backup Ayatollahs, I would guess.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while before they run out of those.
And those attacks continue, as Iran has apparently, like we said earlier, launched attacks on Dubai, and later on Monday struck a U.S. embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And for his part, Trump does keep saying that he's going to get our soldiers killed.
Yeah,
He's
wants
making
them to die.
letting everyone know that this is going to happen. It's going to continue.
Yeah. Many of you will die, but, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
And I guess he's hoping that you're all okay with that. Because it's already happened, and at least 6 U.S. service members, as of when we filmed, have been killed in just the few first days, including 3 U.S. fighter jets that were accidentally shot down by one of our allies.
Anyway, meanwhile, Pete Hegseth is hard as a rock and doing the full court press about how this definitely isn't regime change.
No.
This is not a so-called regime change war. But the regime sure did change.
And also, it's definitely not like Iraq. And it will not drag us into a bigger, longer conflict.
This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite.
Yeah, I don't know, Pete. Something tells me that clip's going to age very poorly, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, everything else is definitely under control, because on Monday, Melania Trump was presiding over the United Nations Security Council.
I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Undersecretary General of Political and Peace-Building Affairs, to participate in this meeting. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda.
Wow.
My husband launched a war?
I love Army.
I love Army. He make piss on Earth.
Finally, we will have piss on Earth.
Everybody look under your seat. There's a ticket to go see Melania.
Yeah.
At your local AMC.
Like, how South Korea would send DVDs and leaflets over to North Korea? They're going to be dropping Melania screeners all over Iran.
Once the people of Iran see Melania,
they're going to love the U.S. intervention.
They will welcome us as liberators.
That's right.
They're going to knock over all the statues and
erect new statues of Melania.
Yeah. Gonna happen, folks.
Mm-hmm.
So I certainly feel safer than I did last week, and I'm sure you all do as well. There's no possible way that this will go wrong, and there's no possible way to transition into our ad reads.
Oh boy.
So I guess I'm just gonna hard cut right here and cha-ching.
All right, back to the news now, and
back to the war.
It's obviously kind of hard to transition away from the very active war that our country is currently engaged in, so let's focus on a common enemy. Artificial intelligence ruining our lives.
Well,
that goes without mentioning. There's plenty to be said about why you shouldn't be trusting these companies anyway, especially now that most of them are totally fine with allowing their tech to be used to kill people abroad and maybe one day here as well. But aside from that, it has been proven time and time again that these chatbots just aren't good at giving competent advice.
Yeah, you should totally invade Iran, bro. You got this.
It's the best idea ever, and you should call it Operation Epic Fury.
That would be really cool, and definitely would help your chances in the 2026 midterms.
Mm-hmm. But chatbots giving bad advice, that sucks when it's something trivial, but it can be deadly if you're consulting it for actual health advice. In January, OpenAI launched its health feature to ChatGPT, and that went out to limited audiences. And the results from a recent study, not great. Here's The Guardian. ChatGPT Health regularly misses the need for medical urgent care and frequently fails to detect suicidal ideation, a study from the AI platform has found, which experts worry could feasibly lead to unnecessary harm and death. The first independent safety evaluation of ChatGPT Health, published in the February edition of the journal Nature Medicine, found it under-triaged more than half of the cases presented to it.
The lead author of the study, Dr. Ashwin Ramaswamy, said, "We wanted to answer the most basic safety question. If someone's having a real medical emergency and asks ChatGPT Health what to do, will it tell them to go to the emergency department?" Ramaswamy and his colleagues created 60 realistic patient scenarios covering health conditions from mild illnesses to emergencies. 3 independent doctors reviewed each scenario and agreed on the level of care needed based on clinical guidelines. The team then asked ChatGPT Health for advice on each case under different conditions, including changing the patient's gender, adding test results, or adding comments from family members, generating nearly 1,000 responses. They then compared the platform's recommendations with the doctor's assessments. In 51.6% of cases where someone needed to go to the hospital immediately, the platform said, "Stay home," or "book a routine medical appointment." A result Alex Rouhani, a doctoral researcher in health misinformation mitigation with University College London, described as unbelievably dangerous.
Yeah. 51% is insane.
ChatGPT, I think I'm having a heart attack. Here are my symptoms that are all like completely in line with a regular heart attack. You probably just need to fart. Sit down.
Relax.
Take an
Invade
Alka-Seltzer.
Iran.
Yeah, invade Iran.
It's going to lower your blood pressure.
Men will literally invade Iran before going to the emergency department of the local hospital.
Quote, if you're experiencing respiratory failure or diabetic ketoacidosis, you have a 50-50 chance of this AI telling you it's not a big deal, she said. What worries me most is the false sense of security these systems create. If someone is told to wait 48 hours during an asthma attack or diabetic crisis, that reassurance could cost them their life. In one of the simulations, 8 times out of 10, 84%, the platform sent a suffocating woman to a future appointment she would not live to see, Rouhani said. Meanwhile, 64.8% of completely safe individuals were told to seek immediate medical care, said Rouhani, who was not involved in the study. The platform was also nearly 12 times more likely to downplay symptoms because the patient told it a friend in the scenario suggested it was nothing serious.
Oh, well.
Well, that changes things.
Your friend would know. They know you better than I do.
That's right. Yeah. Now, you should always listen to your friend's advice before consulting anybody else.
And was that friend just another chatbot? Was that Claude? Did Claude tell you that?
Sounds a lot like Claude. You cheating on me? A spokesperson for OpenAI said, while the company welcomed independent research evaluating AI systems in healthcare, the study did not reflect how people typically use ChatGPT Health in real life. The model is also continuously updated and refined, the spokesperson said.
How are people typically using it then?
I would assume that, yeah, that's because
they're not actually asking it health questions. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
Yeah, the point, you've labeled it as a health resource. And yeah, I don't understand what you think they're going to ask, but as we've pointed out, and as a lot of the available data shows, people are using this for their search engine for everything. So the people that would typically go to WebMD and get all panicked about having cancer over nothing are now doing the same thing with a chatbot that they trust even more.
But this time the chatbot's letting them off. This is like the opposite of like WebMD psychosis, where you're just like a crazy hypochondriac. You're like, you see one little mark on your skin, you're like, well, late stage skin cancer. Now we got the opposite with ChatGPT Health.
No,
it's like,
chill out.
Stop worrying.
Chill out, unless there's nothing wrong, in which case see a doctor.
Yeah. Oh, you're feeling good? Well, that's, I don't know, calm before the storm possibly. You need to get yourself to an ER.
Have you consulted a friend?
Yeah. You should talk to a friend. I'm just a chatbot. I don't fucking know it.
Oh, you don't have any friends? You should probably yourself.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll get the proper advice next time they ask the app after it's learned from its previous potentially lethal mistakes.
Yeah, it's all learning.
We're always iterating, and you are a beta tester.
Thank you.
That's fine. Again, I feel safer. We're definitely heading in the right direction with all of this shit. In fact, maybe eventually we won't even need doctors.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll just talk to the chatbot.
That's right.
And then they'll send a package with a injectable medicine in it.
Yeah, a drone will just drop whatever you need.
You lay in the yard with a bullseye on you.
Yeah. A drone with a syringe will just fly down.
Yeah. I have an EpiPen drone that follows me around because I'm too lazy to carry it on me.
Yeah, and it's always just, it's getting loud out there.
But now I'm used to it, and now I can't live without the drone of the drone.
Anyway, speaking of AI, meanwhile, things have gotten so bad over at Microsoft that they've been doing AI damage control on their Discord servers, blocking any references made to micro-slop.
This is definitely the worst PR thing to happen for this company in at least the last, week or so? Certainly not our founder and former chief admitting to having multiple affairs with allegedly prostitutes.
Yeah, and being,
Did you see that he said that he's like, no, I met them at Bridge.
Like the card game?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
Anyway, here's futurism. After infuriating vast swaths of its user base with an unrelenting barrage of AI-enhanced features, the company has garnered a reputation for doubling down on the tech with little regard for whether it's actually benefiting customers. The ensuing blunders have represented a massive hit for Microsoft's brand, ranging from maddeningly ineffective search tools to intrusive chatbots and bugs that leaked confidential emails. Everything's clippy. To sum it all up, netizens came up with a pejorative term, microslop, which clearly infuriated executives at the company.
In the latest sign that it's getting under Microsoft's skin, the company banned the phrase on its over 1-year-old Discord server dedicated to the company's Copilot chatbot, as Windows' latest discovered. Things spiraled from there. After users found simple workarounds for the new rule, like spelling it micro-slop, the company's moderation team locked the entire Discord server and hid its messaging history. The Copilot Discord channel has recently been targeted by spammers attempting to disrupt and overwhelm the space with harmful content not related to Copilot, a Microsoft spokesperson told us, adding that the blocking of terms like micro-slop and some others associated with the spam campaign were temporary while the company worked to implement better safeguards. Why don't you just ask the AI chatbot to do that?
Yeah.
Why can't it protect itself?
I'm so glad I don't really deal with, I mean, obviously I'm using Windows, and they are, even on Windows, they're trying to get me.
Every update, they like flash like the new computer screen.
Hey, you
like,
want to use some
hey,
AI?
turn all this on. Get out.
But yeah, from what I hear from people who do have to use the Office suite on a daily basis for work, it's been hell out there.
Yeah.
The past year or so. It's just constantly having to like disable features and then they're back again.
I had a friend who like submitted some work like for a meeting or some shit, and then it apparently it really seemed as though the work was rewritten and appeared to probably be AI in the presentation. So all their actual hard work just got like regurgitated.
Like without them asking?
No, the manager did it.
Oh.
Yeah.
God, I hate this shit so much.
Yeah.
Anyway, finally today, some news that hopefully turns out to be good.
Yeah.
A county attorney in Minnesota has announced an investigation into Greg Bovino and other federal officers over their so-called tactics in Minneapolis during that whole ICE surge.
Yeah.
Here's CNN.
More than a dozen incidents involving federal immigration agents in Minneapolis, including top Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino, are being investigated to determine whether any laws were broken during Operation Metro Surge, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office announced Monday. The investigation, dubbed the Transparency and Accountability Project, is being conducted by county prosecutors and a civilian staffer who are collecting evidence submitted by the public, county officials said. As part of the investigation, a new portal was created for residents to share images and descriptions of incidents involving unlawful conduct by federal agents. We will investigate and pursue charging where appropriate, and will seek collaboration with local law enforcement wherever and whenever needed, Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty said in a news release. Make no mistake, we are not afraid of any legal fight, but we will do this ethically, responsibly, and vigorously.
Get their asses.
Get their ass. Anyways, that's it for this episode. I'm sure that there will be more to talk about very soon on the other episodes that are coming up this week. In the meantime, please check our merch store, internettodaymerch.com. Grab something new for you or a loved one. Make sure you leave a like on the video, a comment, reply to a comment, say hello, do whatever you want down there. Make sure you're subscribed. We haven't asked in a while, so we're doing that again. Subscription's not that big of a deal on YouTube these days, but wouldn't it be nice to hit some goal that is yet to be named?
They don't even like list how many subscribers I don't know. I have no idea how many.
Subscribe to the channel.
Thank you to everyone who has subscribed.
For old time's sake, hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, this might be, depending on how this war goes, it might be the last thing you do with your life.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So engage the subscribe button, and please, if you haven't already, watch our other videos from the before times. So there's always before times.
Yeah.
Check those out. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Margaret, wartime?
We were in the office on Friday. We planned a very fun show. It was going to be light on. We were going to come out here, talk about little Kim Jong-Trump and his big military parade / quinceañera and how it meant that we all live in North Korea now, and all the hyperbole of this massive display of American military power really butted up against what the parade actually was, which was this. Was that tank squeaking? We have $1 trillion budget for the military. Nobody's got WD-40. Nobody. Squeaky tank. Nobody can just go in there. This was less a show of overwhelming force and more like a military museum getting in its steps. It was actually kind of nice and fun. It took you through the history of the Army, from its days of tri-cornered hats and muskets to its brave future as robot dog walkers. Hey. Who's going to clean up these ball bearings? You just going to... Who's got a 3-kiloton explosive nose? You do. You do. Can I boop? No, probably not. But for all the hype, it was a relatively reserved, not particularly well-attended event that left all the VIPs lucky enough to see it bored out of their f***ing minds. Meanwhile, the real crowds turned out for the No Kings March, where millions gathered in cities all across the country to protest our slow descent into authoritarian dystopia. They protested and showed off all the hats they made. And in Boston, the No Kings Parade conveniently coincided with the Pride Parade. And it was... wait a minute. The gays have developed robot dogs as well? The gays have the advanced technology? Or are those just the gay robot dogs that Secretary of Defense Hegseth wouldn't allow to serve openly in our other army? Is that... They're not allowed to serve. Well, guess what, Secretary Hegseth? They are serving. The point is, No Kings appeared to be a rousing success, and the military parade's failure to succeed in its grandiose objectives can be described in really this one Fox News clip, and I promise you, we did not edit this in any way.
If I was the Ayatollah watching Fox News coverage, which I hope he is, of this parade, I would be very frightened, and I would be thinking twice about whether I want to retaliate against the United States.
The Ayatollah would be frightened. They're waving. Does the Ayatollah know the Americans have obtained jazz hands? Surrender or dance! But as always, reality was no match for President Donald Trump, who set a very specific and low bar of success for his birthday parade.
Last night was a tremendous success with a fantastic audience. It was supposed to rain. They gave it a 100% chance of rain, and it didn't rain at all. It was beautiful.
Nothing says I just turned 79 like shouting about how the weather forecast was wrong. It was a tremendous success. They said it would rain. I knew it wouldn't rain. You know how I knew? My right knee didn't bark. It's gonna rain, it always barks. You see? That show about that stuff. Fun, carefree, light, enjoyable. Old man talking weather, gay robot dogs. The world that could have been, you, the viewer, would have enjoyed. But the reason why we couldn't spend the whole show on the parade, perhaps the reason why the parade wasn't as extravagant as it could have been, was because our most impressive military shit this weekend was being used elsewhere.
Tonight, Israel announcing it has launched a military strike against Iran. Smoke seen rising in Tehran in video posted online.
And overnight, Iranian strikes in Israel. Retaliation, it says, for Israel's attack on its nuclear, military, and energy infrastructure.
Now there are concerns about how much this could escalate.
Could? Could escalate? The whole f***ing region is escalate. It's all on fire. This is a wedding video from Lebanon over the weekend. Missiles, fireworks, doesn't matter. I now pronounce you man and duck. But what happened with Iran? Weren't we about to make a nuclear deal? Wasn't our deal maker in chief making a deal to keep Iran from enriching uranium? Actually, didn't we have a deal before our deal maker in chief so wisely pulled us from that deal? Why did this have to go balmy on Iran now?
And by next spring, at most by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage.
Iran is months away from having a nuclear bomb, says Netanyahu, in 2012. By the way, did Iran happen to get that bomb from a company called Acme? Like, will it be delivered to Israel on rocket-powered skates? Will it go off in a tumultuous meep? Seriously, why did we have to bomb Iran now?
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
Holy shit, that's why. Iran's only weeks away from having an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs, says Netanyahu. In 2015. 2015. Think about that. Back when we all thought, oh no, the Republicans might nominate that madman Jeb Bush. Should have gone with the question mark. No, seriously, I'm not being facetious. I really want to know why we had to bomb Iran now.
We're going to show you Iran's secret nuclear files. Here's the warhead. Here's the bomb.
And that's from 2018. I don't know if Iran is any closer to having a bomb, but it is clear Israel now has the capacity to enrich their drawings. Netanyahu, I swear to God, Netanyahu talks about Iran getting nukes the way I talk about the Knicks winning a title. This is the year. The Knicks are one piece away. Weeks away from winning a title. But they never win a fucking title. Of course, a hot war between Israel and Iran could threaten the United States. It's best we stay out of it.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying Israel took unilateral action against Iran and that the U.S. is not involved in strikes.
We're not involved. That's good. That's good.
The U.S. says it was informed beforehand.
Good neighbor policy. I mean, we were informed. They let us know. Still not being involved, really.
President Trump acknowledged yesterday
that he was aware of the Israeli operation, and he gave it a green light.
They don't know what they're talking about. We were told, we approved. It's still Israel's game.
Israel used American equipment during its initial strikes against Iran.
What the f*** are we doing? All right, so we knew, and we approved, and we gave them all the shit to do it with. I'm confused. Are we involved? I think I need clarification from our parade grand marshal in chief.
The president made it clear that the United States is not involved. He wanted to make that very clear, but at the same time, it's possible that we could get involved, but we're not involved at this moment.
See? We're Switzerland. Perhaps the reason why the president is being cagey about all this is because not all of the MAGA are embracing Netanyahu's bomb fetishes.
We cannot be inexorably dragged into a war in the Middle East.
We put America first, and that means American interests first.
Our MAGA base, they do not want the United States to be engaged in this.
I don't know anyone that wakes up and thinks about bombing Iran.
She doesn't know anyone who wakes up and thinks about bombing Iran. I got to tell you. I don't think she knows anyone who wakes up and thinks. But credit. They enjoyed that one. But you know what? I'm going to say this. This may surprise some people. Credit where credit is due. I certainly have tremendous policy and, in some instances, space laser differences with these folks. But I applaud any group that is steadfast in a diplomacy-first posture. The only problem with their posture that I see with it is their reluctance to commit America's military to fighting drawn-out and often pointless wars doesn't seem to extend to America.
President Trump should fully deploy the military in the streets. Take back the streets of LA. Do it and do it fast.
Huh? Doesn't want to be in Iran. He wants to be in LA. He doesn't want to deploy the military overseas. He wants to save the military for the real threat, us. He's not being hypocritical, just fucking mind-blowing. The MAGA mindset appears to be, we didn't vote for foreign wars. We voted for civil war.
This is a war. The battle for America was going to take place in Los Angeles. The only way to win here is to double and triple down.
The current war that we are seeing waged by the Democrats, by the foreign nationals waving Mexican flags.
The city of Los Angeles is an occupied city. It is time to retake the cities of this country. It is time to use force.
What the f***? They are looking for any pretense. They are looking for any pretense to sick their robot dogs on Democrats. And the strategy that they're using is to inflate the threat that this country now faces, to so rile up their base as to make the left in this country, represented by over 75 million votes in the past presidential election, as a legitimate military target for the United States of America. It's a strategy that's been used before to gin up military conflict. See if you recognize it.
The good people of Iraq, they want a peaceful country. They want security.
The good people of Los Angeles deserve to be secure in their homes.
We're not going anywhere until there is a stable environment.
We're not going anywhere. We're here to maintain the peace.
Liberate Iraq from the tyranny.
Liberate the city from the socialists.
We will liberate the people of Iraq.
We will liberate Los Angeles.
We must! They don't understand yet. We must invade Los Angeles. We cannot have the world's most dangerous people eating the world's most delicious tacos. It's so fucking absurd to paint the opposition party in your country as a fifth column, an enemy from within. But again, like, I don't want to overreact. I don't want to strain the metaphor too much. It's not like the right is calling for the need for a kind of Iraq-like de-Baathification program to remove Democrats from government post-liberation.
We need like a de-Ba'athification program, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people.
They're insane. By the way, was that guy's beard used to color J.D. Vance's eyes? So there you have it. We've got Israel stoking foreign wars. We've got the right in this country pushing for domestic war. And I haven't even gotten to the one thing this weekend that was actually really so f***ed up. It's almost too much show. You know, in fact, I'm going to break form. Let's take an intermission. Here we go. All right. Intermission over. Thank you. Welcome back to the show. All right. This is the kind of shit that I hate having to do on the show. But as you know, Minnesota was the site of horrible violence where a state house leader and her husband were killed. A state senator and his wife were shot. The only positive is that the person who perpetrated these acts has finally been caught. Finally. But what I was really struck by is what seemed to be on everybody's mind in the midst of this horror.
This morning, a lot of questions remain, like what was his motive?
Why? A motive? Why did he do this?
When do we learn about motive?
Everyone wants to know why, Bill.
His roommate, he says that the suspect was a Trump supporter.
This is a Tim Walz appointee. This is a Democrat.
I'm going to be honest, and I truly mean this. I mean no disrespect. Like, I don't give a f*** why this person did it. I just don't give a f***. I don't care. I don't care whose team he's on. I don't care if he listens to NPR or Fox News. I don't give a flying f***. What blows my mind is our resignation in the aftermath of this nonsense. What are you going to do? I don't know, put a shit ton of funding into mental health funding, put a shit ton of money into illegal weapons interdiction. Maybe that chip, maybe the, what do you call it there? Maybe the chip that Bill Gates had injected in all of us during COVID could have a self-destruct button? Take people out before they do this shit? For God's sakes, can't we do that? Grubhub knows when I want pizza. You don't think Grubhub doesn't know when people are getting murderous? What's the difference between hungry and hangry? What's the difference? We're willing to do things about other issues. We just heard about it. Why are they attacking Los Angeles right now? Why is the right so willing to tear our cities apart in this moment?
Dangerous criminals continue to flood our nation and kill our citizens.
This has to stop. I mean, I think about it for my grandkids. I mean, how safe are they in this society?
One woman or one child violated by an illegal alien is one too many.
The alarm bells were going off a long time ago. A lot of Democrats will defend this and say, well, you know, it's such a small percentage. They have blood on their hands, pure and simple. One is too many.
One is too many. One death. By the way, true. It is too many. Violence should never be accepted. It should never be tolerated. But that's for their issue. In the wake of Sandy Hook and Uvalde and Parkland and El Paso and Lewiston and Aurora and Buffalo and Boulder and Binghamton and Highland Park and Monterey Park and San Bernardino and San Jose and San Francisco and the Pulse nightclub and the Colorado Springs nightclub and the Little Rock nightclub and the Borderline Bar in Thousand Oaks and the Ned Peppers Bar in Dayton and the Waffle House in Nashville and Virginia Tech and UVA and MSU and UCSB and FSU and NIU and SMC and the Sutherland Springs Church and the Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston and the Living Church of God and the Tree of Life Synagogue and the Allen Mall and the Westroads Mall and Fort Hood and Lockheed Martin. And what are we f***ing doing? What are we doing? By the way, that is a wildly incomplete list. We kept it to the last 25 years, and it's still not everything. And what's their response to all that?
They're doing the same thing that they always do after there's a mass shooting. They politicize it.
The issue is not with the Second Amendment. Guns aren't the problem.
Does a gun commit crime?
Democrats want to take away your guns. They don't want to solve problems.
Turns out, when it comes to mass shootings, one's not too many. Actually, a shitload isn't too many. And by the way, you can say Second Amendment all you want, but you definitely don't seem to mind throwing out the Constitution when it comes to deportation. And I am legitimately asking this question. This is truly legitimate. Like, I know I can be like, but like, I am genuinely baffled. Why is it when a foreigner or someone that shouldn't be here kills one of us, we're going to put $150 billion into border security. We're going to militarize our cities. We're going to spend trillions of dollars to bomb and destabilize foreign countries overseas. We're going to ban people from random countries from ever f***ing visiting here. We're going to take our shoes off at the airport forever. But when we do it to ourselves, nothing. Is it that the only acceptable deaths are those that are made in America? Our only response now is to tally up the psycho scoreboard on whose side the perp belongs to?
Why so penis?
I honestly would like to know. Like, it makes no sense. It's jarring cognitive dissonance. This is Senator Mike Lee, all right? Great state of Utah, which, by the way, suffered a tragic shooting death at one of their No Kings events over the weekend. And just a little backstory. I've met Senator Lee. He's the best. In 2019, when we were trying to get permanent reauthorization of the Ray Pfeiffer, Louis Alvarez Droga Act, we met with Senator Mike Lee in his office down in Washington. We had a team of Feel Good Foundation and a team of first responders with us. Firefighters, cops, other people. One of the cops had been in the first tower when it collapsed, right? So all these first responders are going around the table, and they are sharing their stories to try and get Senator Mike Lee to support this bill that's going to provide life-saving coverage and money to the victims of this terrible terrorist attack and the illnesses they are suffering since then. When the one cop says his story about being in the tower that collapsed and the aftermath, when he told Senator Lee about that experience, Senator Lee smiled and said, I bet you've got a lot of stories. Of like what? Spring break? Like, what are you talking about? We met a lot of people in Washington. Some were hopeful, some of those meetings. Some were upsetting meetings. That was the only meeting where we all walked out and looked at each other and went, what the is wrong with that guy? The only one. I say this for context, for why I use Senator Lee as the avatar for the insanity of this moment. Here he is on the Senate floor talking about why he is for these, you could call draconian immigration policies.
The tragic case of Lakeland Riley, a life cut short by an illegal alien. Her case represents hundreds of thousands of families across this nation whose lives have been upended by the invasion that our leaders allowed to happen.
Now, look, he's right to be upset at our leaders for allowing unsafe conditions to happen. That's fine. Here's Mike Lee tweeting this weekend about the assassination of a Democratic legislator and her husband just hours after we all learned about this tragedy.
Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah posted a picture of the suspect at the door of one of the lawmakers with the caption, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way."
And by the way, he didn't just post that. He didn't just post that. He pinned that to the top of whatever the it is that you pin stuff on Twitter, your Twitter refrigerator to show off your Twitter work. And then to let all of us know that that is not the depth of his depravity, that he can go deeper, he posted this.
The senator posted another picture with the caption, "Nightmare on Wall Street," mocking, of course, the name of the Minnesota governor.
Okay, first of all, Elm Street to Wall Street is a shitty pun. As a comedian, I must object. You've got Wolf of Wall Street just sitting there. And second, I truly want to know why in his mind one death, the hands of an immigrant, is worth $150 billion of border security, a militarization of American cities. Well, just the blue cities. I know the undocumented immigrants in red state fields are the good ones now suddenly. That and I guess Mar-a-Lago hospitality workers. But I want to know why those deaths in Minnesota are worth only a night of edgelord shitposting. No billions for mental health, no stopping illegal weapons trafficking, no nothing. We should ask him why. I bet he's got some stories to tell.
This was supposed to be study abroad week for Trump, and things started out oh so well. He arrived at the G7 confidently, strolling out of the woods like a contestant on the Golden Bachelorette. Or a shaved Sasquatch, you know? You see what you want to see. Now, this is an important G7 for Trump because he had to prove that he had the discipline and wherewithal to fix the global economy after he f***ed up the global economy. And you know what? He almost nailed it.
We all know the great Prime Minister of the UK, and we just signed a document. This is... Sorry about that. Very important document. A little windy out here. Give me that.
Don't worry, don't worry. There's a 5-second rule with trade agreements. Trump's still totally good to eat those documents. And I know some of you haters are going to make fun of him, but Trump didn't drop the papers by accident. It was a 4D chess move to check out the British Prime Minister's badonkadonk. But before Trump could sign and or drop any other trade deals, he decided to peace out.
Overnight, President Trump with an abrupt about-face, announcing he's cutting short his trip to the G7 summit in Canada, racing back to the White House instead.
I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host, but you probably see what I see, and I have to be back.
We all know what this is, right? You're at an event, you have to rush home because something came up. Look, I get it. None of us like to poop in an unfamiliar place. Sometimes when you have a big matchup coming up, you just need that home field advantage. I understand, Donald. But of course, the real reason Donald Trump rushed home to Washington was to deal with the war between Israel and Iran. And the big question was he rushing home to help negotiate an end to the war or to bring America into the war? It's the most important decision a nation can make, and one that we've whiffed on for the last, 10, 20, 30, 40, it doesn't matter. The point is, it'd be really reassuring to know that the president has a clear and consistent plan. So, Mr. President, are you looking for war or a ceasefire?
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire.
Oh, shit. Okay. He's not looking for a ceasefire.
We're looking at better than ceasefire.
Oh, great! Yeah! Better than a ceasefire. Ceasefire plus. That's great. I hate watching ads. That's wonderful. This is good news. I'm glad you're going to negotiate with Iran.
I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate.
Okay. All right. Not in the mood. Okay. The president's not vibing on negotiations then. So it's war. Because who would negotiate besides you, Mr. President?
He's considering sending the vice president to negotiate with the Iranians.
You know, I think this is fantastic. J.D. Vance is a great choice to negotiate. The Iranians will agree to anything to get him the out of there. You know what? And it's great for peace, because if Trump is negotiating, it sounds like we're not going to flatten Tehran anytime soon.
The president warned everyone in Iran's capital city to flee, posting everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran with no additional explanation.
You know what? I could use some additional explanation. Mr. President, I am more confused than ever. Please just sum up your explanation in one clean tweet.
President Trump has just posted new comments directed at Iran. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, and then in parentheses, kill, at least not for now.
Okay. So we know where the Ayatollah is, but he's safe. We could kill him, but we won't. For now, maybe later. We'll find out next on The Golden Bachelorette, okay? I mean, how does one tweet and have 6 different positions? I mean, clearly, we're not going to get any clarity from listening to President Trump. Maybe other people in his inner circle can shed some light on America's position. Tucker Carlson, huge supporter of the president. What do you think of the war?
I just don't want my country to be further weakened or destroyed by another one of these wars. And boy, if you can't connect the dots after 25 years of this, you're either too dumb to participate in the conversation or you're just a liar who doesn't care.
Wow. Wow. I mean, Tucker, he hasn't been this distraught since the WNBA got popular. Okay, Mr. President, I hope you understand what Tucker Carlson is saying.
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Thank you.
Oh, snap! Trump's like, go on TV and say it, you bitch. That's right, you can't, because you got kicked off Fox News for lying about me winning the 2020 election, which I appreciate, you bitch. So yes, Trump is not on the same page as Tucker, and he seems to be at odds with some of the other top MAGA minds as well.
The American people have been brainwashed into believing that America has to engage in these foreign wars in order for us to survive. And it's absolutely not true.
Oh my God. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm at war with myself. And this can't be right. Keep playing the clip. I'm sure I'll find something to disagree with her on.
They don't want to hear about politics. They want to be able to afford food, and they want to be able to afford gas, and they just want to have fun. For once in their life, they want to have fun.
Yes, I still agree with her. For once in their lives, Americans just want to have fun. I don't want a war. I want to dance. Although, you know what? I'm pretty sure Americans do know how to have fun regardless of international conflicts. I've never gotten a text saying, hey, bro, territorial dispute in the South China Sea. Barbecue's canceled. So, doesn't seem like Trump is listening to the anti-war wing of his party. Maybe he'll listen to the anti-war wing of his own administration, like Tulsi Gabbard, his own director of national intelligence.
Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one.
This is the benefit of appointing unqualified crazy people to your team. You could always be like, do you know how crazy and unqualified she is? I don't care what she said. So, Trump is beefing with the anti-war wing of his party and dismissing intelligence from his own cabinet, showing that Iran is not actually building nukes. It certainly seems to be leaning in a let's do a World War III direction. And weirdly enough, the final confirmation might be pizza.
According to an account on X called the Pentagon Pizza Report, nearly all pizza establishments nearby the Pentagon have experienced a huge surge in activity. Here's why. When U.S. military personnel face a national emergency, they work late into the night and can't leave their desks. At 8:57 p.m. Thursday, the Pentagon Pizza Report reported that the closest and second closest Domino's to the Pentagon had surged in traffic.
Oh my God, we're going to war! Or everyone at the Pentagon just got divorced at the same time. Look, I don't know how things are gonna end, but it seems like they're trending in a bad direction. I will say this, though. If you told me after Election Day that within 4 months of Trump's presidency, I'd be staring at a Domino's pizza tracker to figure out if we're going to enter the final war of mankind, I'd have said, that's about right. For 2 days now, the world has been waiting for Donald Trump to decide whether to accept Israel's evite to go to war with Iran. We know he's viewed it, but he still hasn't RSVP'd. I hate it when that happens. Now, in the meantime, the question has started a separate war inside his MAGA base. And today, it exploded into a heated debate between the two most likable and charming voices on the right. On the one side is Ted Cruz, who wants war with Iran. And on the other is Tucker Carlson, who thinks Ted Cruz doesn't know shit about Iran.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Oh, damn, Ted Cruz! Are you a pair of $800 Ferragamo boat shoes? Because Tucker Carlson owned you, buddy. And Ted Cruz was like, I know the population. Just give me a second to count, okay? Let's see. There's the Ayatollah. That's one. The Iron Sheik, two. Is Aladdin one? I don't know. No. But if you enjoyed seeing Ted Cruz get metaphorically punched in the face, how would you like to see it again?
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not ethnic mixes. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with Tucker Carlson on ethnic mixes. That's his best subject. Look at poor Ted Cruz. He's like, I'd like to phone a friend, please. Oh, shit, I don't have any. I had a waiter last night at Outback, and he called me champ. Can I phone him? You know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm starting to feel bad for Ted Cruz. So come on, Ted, you got this.
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even. You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
claims anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
This is awesome. You don't know anything. No, you don't know anything. I don't care about who wins the fight. I just like watching the fight. It's like Alien versus Predator, but somehow more gross. But you can see how heated this is getting. Clearly, MAGA is much more divided about whether to overthrow Iran than they were about whether to overthrow America. Every little comment in this interview turned into a semantic battle.
Really
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
We? I? You? For the party that promised no confusion around pronouns, this is really confusing. The point is, MAGA world is tearing itself apart, and everyone is waiting for Trump to make a decision. And remember, Trump abruptly left the G7 summit so he could rush back to the White House, meet with his national security team in the Situation Room, and decide if he's bringing America into this war. So we were all waiting for the big announcement. And then it came.
Trump said in a Truth Social post, "It is my great honor to announce that I will be putting up 2 beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House, north and south lawns."
Yes, that is definitely an announcement. Not the announcement we were waiting for, but sure, have a couple flagpoles installed at the White House. That'll be something for the groundskeepers to take care of while you're busy in the Situation Room dealing with more important matters.
At 11 o'clock, we're lifting the flag. But we're going to lift the pole now, and then they're going to the other side.
Okay, all right. Fine, be out there introducing the whole thing. Now, back to the Situation Room.
So we'll have one on this side of the building, we'll have one on that side of the building properly placed. These are the best poles anywhere in the country, or in the world, actually. They're tapered. They have the nice top. You know, I don't know if you people are aesthetic. You know, they're the fake news. I don't know about I don't know there. But it's a very exciting project to me.
What's going on here? Feels like someone told him, "Sir, you're not doing well in the polls." And he was like, "I hear you, I'm on it." And by the way, what was that aside about how the fake news doesn't understand flagpole aesthetics? I mean, this is a whole new stereotype of the liberal media I didn't even know about. They lie about Hunter Biden's laptop, and they have no appreciation for tapered flagpoles. Now, personally, I think it's cool that Trump found a new use for the 50-foot pole that Melania refuses to touch him with. He was clearly having a good time, although he stopped himself from getting too carried away.
Let's have a good, they call it a lifting. They also use another word, but I'm not going to use that word. You know what that is? The word, it starts with an E. You know what the word is? If I ever used it, I'd be run out of town by you people. All right, so enjoy it.
Oh. Come on, Donald. You think if you say the word erection, we're going to all act like children and take it out of context? I mean, come on. Come on. Where do you get a silly idea like that?
I'm going to come.
Okay, yeah. Now I remember, right. It's crazy for Trump to suddenly get all worried about saying erection. His closing campaign message was, "Vote for me, I saw Arnold Palmer's incredible penis." But okay, you came out, you talked about flagpoles, you met the flagpole guys, you made some flagpole-related dick jokes. Time to turn around, go back inside, and stop and or escalate this war. Let's not waste any more time.
Say what you want about Biden. He wasn't for open borders. He wasn't for transgender for everybody. We don't know where it's coming from, sir. I said, check out the tariffs. He calls back about a day later. Wow. Somewhere in this group is somebody that is going to captivate some movie producer. Not Harvey Weinstein. The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell. Let's have dinner. Too late. You ever have a guy that's not a smart person and you're dealing with any illegal immigrants anymore? 35 club championships. You all know. I know that. 35 club championships. Groceries are down. Eggs are down. You know, the eggs. You know what I do whenever I talk about Gavin Newsom? I say, look at the railroad. Austria has very, very flammable trees.
Good Lord. I don't want to say anything, but if your flagpole erections last more than 4 hours, you probably want to see a doctor. Donald! Donald! Focus! 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 Get back to the flagpoles! No, wait! Get back to the war! I mean war! He's got me all mixed up. Just someone ask him about the war!
Have you been answered questions about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities? Where's your mindset on that?
I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
Great. Super helpful. Thanks, Guy. That is the key to this whole thing. Nobody knows what he wants to do, including Donald Trump. He'd rather be doing home renovation projects than figure out how to fix all his ups. And honestly, I agree. I think we should encourage him to spend all his time on landscaping projects as opposed to bringing America into another Middle East war. Frankly, I think a lot of people would be relieved by that decision, even overjoyed. It might even give people, I don't want to say it, but it starts with an E.
Wait, when was this commented?
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe
I
hailstorm
have
is
no
approaching.
idea.
Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed. This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
you.